Um, Morning for all the 0 people that are here. Sorry for late. You guys beginning? Just gonna get right into it. We'll play some music. Can't play that. Other stuff does he have? Stream Boots Hi-Fi, Lofi. Let's start the session off. Sorry about that. Some sensitive information was on screen. Didn't want to show it, I mean, stuff like that.
And at first you might say, well, how do maybe, I don't know what the fifth root of 3 is, much less the negative fifth root. There's 1/3 to the negative 2/5. How do I simplify this? And the key realization here is that 1/3 is the same thing as 3 to the negative 1.
Welcome. So I have a whole little playlist on how to convert from standard form.
One-third is, at first you might say, okay, how do I deal with this? Maybe, I don't know what the fifth root of 3 is, much less the negative fifth root, and just 1/3 to the negative 2/5. How do I simplify this? And the key realization here is that 1/3 is the same thing as 3 to the negative 1 power. 1/3 is the same thing as 3 to the negative 1 power. And if we do that, I suspect that we're going to be able to get similar bases here. Let me rewrite the whole thing. So it's going to be be 3 to the negative 1/5 times, instead of writing 1/3, I could write 3 to the negative 1 power to the negative 2/5 power. And now we can just use up our straight exponent rules to simplify things a little bit. So this business right over here that I'm squaring in this orange color, if I raise something to an exponent and then raise it again to another exponent, that's going to be the same thing as taking our original base and raising it to the negative 1 times the negative 1 times negative 2/5 power. So I can raise it, if I raise it to the negative 1 and then to the negative 2/5, that's the same thing as raising 3 to the negative 1 times negative 2/5 power. And so and this over here is still going to be 3 to the negative 1/5. And so this is negative 1 times negative 2/5, that's going to be positive 2/5. So times 3 to the 2/5. And now we have a situation where we have the same base. We have the product of 3 to the negative 1/5 times 3 to the positive the negative 1/5 times negative 2/5 power. So I can raise it, if I raise it to the negative 1 and then to the negative 2/5, that's the same thing as raising 3 to the negative 1 times negative 2/5 power. And so this over here is still going to be 3 to the negative 1/5. And so this is going to be equal to 3 to the negative 1/5 times, now negative 1 times negative 2/5, that's going to be positive 2/5. So times 3 to the 2/5. And now we have a situation where we have the same base. We have the product of 3 to the negative 1/5 times 3 to the positive 2/5. This is going to be equal to, we can take our base 3, it's going to be 3 to the negative 1/5 plus 2/5 power. Plus 2/5 power. We have the same base, the product of that base raised to one exponent and that same base raised to another exponent. That's the same thing as that base raised to the sum of those exponents. Classic exponent property. I encourage you to go on Khan Academy if this is looking foreign or if you need some review. But now this is pretty straightforward. This is going to be equal to plus 2/5 power. If you have the same base, the product of that base raised to one exponent and that same base raised to another exponent, that's the same thing as that base raised to the sum of those exponents. Classic exponent property. I encourage you to go on Khan Academy if this is looking foreign or if you need some review. But now this is pretty straightforward. This is going to be equal to 3 to the negative 1/5 plus 2/5 is just 1/5. And there you have it, 3 to the 1/5 power. Which of the following So it's going to be 3 to the negative 1/5 times, instead of writing 1/3, I could write 3 to the negative 1 power to the negative 2/5 power. And now we can just use up our straight exponent rules to simplify things a little bit. So this business right over here that I'm squaring in this orange color, if I raise something to an exponent and then raise it again to another exponent, that's going to be the same thing as taking our original base and raising it to the negative 1 times the negative 1 times negative 2/5 power. So I can raise it, if I raise it to the negative 1 and then to the negative 2/5, that's the same thing as raising 3 to the negative 1 times negative 2/5 power. And so this over here is still going to be 3 to the negative 1/5. And so this is going to be equal to 3 to the negative 3. To the negative 1/5 times, now negative 1 times negative 2/5, that's going to be positive 2/5. So times 3 to the 2/5. And now we have a situation where we have the same base. We have the product of 3 to the negative 1/5 times 3 to the positive 2/5. This is going to be equal to, we can take our base 3, it's going to be 3 to the negative 1/5 plus 2/5 power, plus 2/5 power. If you have the same base, the product of that base raised to one exponent and that same base raised to another exponent, that's the same thing as that base raised to the sum of those exponents. Classic exponent property. I encourage you to go on Khan Academy if this is looking foreign or if you need some review. But now this is pretty straightforward. This is going to be equal to 3 to the negative 1/5 plus 2/5 is just 1/5. And there you have it, 3 to the 1/5 power.
ProPrep is an online study tool that is geared towards your specific STEM courses.
ProPrep offers really
We already know that 2 to the 4th power can be viewed as starting with a 1 and then multiplying it by 2 4 times. So let me do that. So times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, and that will give us, let's see, 2 times 2 is 4, 8, 16. So that will give us 16. Now I will ask you a more interesting question. What do you think 2 to the negative 4 power is? And I encourage you to pause the video and think about that. Well, you might be tempted to say, oh, maybe it's negative 16 or something like that, but remember what the exponent operation is trying to do. This is one way of viewing it, is this is telling us how many times are we going to multiply 2 times negative 1. But here we're going to multiply negative 4 times. Well, what does negative traditionally mean? Negative traditionally means the opposite. So here this is how many times you're going to multiply. Maybe when we make it negative, this says how many times are we going to, starting with a 1, how many times are we going to divide by 2? So let's think about that a little bit. So this could be viewed as 1 times, and we're going to divide by 2 4 times. Well, dividing by 2 is the same thing as multiplying by 1/2. So we could say that this is 1 times 1/2 times, so let me just do it in one color, it's going to take, so 1 times 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2. Notice, multiplying by 1/2 4 times is the exact same thing as dividing by 2 4 times. And in this situation, this would get you, well, 1/2, well, 1 times 1/2 is just 1/2, times 1/2 is 1/4, times 1/2 is 1/8, times 1/2 is 1/16. And so you probably see the relationship here. If you're, this is essentially, you're starting with the 1 and you're dividing by 2 4 times, you could also say that 2, I'm going to do the same colors, 2 to the negative 4, 2 to the negative 4 is the same thing as 1 over 2 to the 4th power. 1 over 2 to the 4th power. Let me color code it nicely so you realize what the negative is doing. So this negative right over here, let me do that in a better color. I'll do it in magenta, something that jumps out. So this negative right over here, this is what's causing us to go 1 over. So taking 4 to make sure. Well, 1 over 3 times 3, or you could say 1 over 3 times 3 times 3, or 1 times 3 times 3 times 3 is going
Session 1 done. Let's go. Alright, let me set the timer up. It was basically done anyway. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna turn off the air conditioner so you guys didn't have to suffer from that terrible sound. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's right here. It's locked. Alright. Turn off the music. Alright. Where are you guys? I'm saying it's literally just a bot. Not a bot, but just another account. Just one account. Let me turn on break session. Let me just run through this video real quick. I'm gonna probably put on some
Alright guys, active recall, the best
pre-test, stop and recite, in-class questions, immediate review, toggles, mind maps, teaching, flashcards. Yay, I like flashcards.
digital flashcards. If you know me, then you already know this. Digital flashcards are mobile, they save time, they randomize your practice, and they employ spaced repetition. Obviously, I'm biased here, but RemNote is again my favorite tool for flashcards. There are just a lot of little time-saving nuances built into the software. I'm not gonna cover them here, but what I will say is that we have an entire video dedicated to how you can make better flashcards, and you can find it right here. A lot of students love studying flashcards because you can find pre-made decks from other.
Oh, hey there. Welcome back to another episode where I check random household bottles of liquid for no higher exam. I prefer studying from a bigger pool of information because my flashcards are all randomized, so it forces me to think about multiple different topics during a single study session. Effect associate with lists with type out lists. Next is to use enumeration to make stepwise flashcards. Enumeration means naming all the items in a list one by one in order. Because naming a list without order is really difficult. So using enumeration for a list will prompt you to remember that order specifically. And that's going to reinforce the same neural pathways in your brain.
That's cool. Alright. What's a good study break? I like these. They're pretty relaxing. Little guards, maybe? Trying to find some good videos. Subscribe. What's this?
Christmas Eve, December 24th, 2019. I bought this course on Udemy called Python for Financial Analysis. At this time, I just finished my first semester of university and was actually a business major. My plan was to finish the whole course during the winter break. It was obviously possible since it was only 16.5 hours and it had 2 whole weeks. So be using that everything basically boiled down to bits of zeros and about concept tree. Here's the first website I've ever built. Pretty cool, right? I remember when I first finished this, I wanted to show this to all my friends, and they were just like... So I really focused on learning how to build websites during this term, and by the end, I still could not reverse a linked list. Fall 2020, time to apply for jobs. I started applying to companies with a few projects on my resume. I also just started taking the data structures and algorithms course this term, so I tried to cram as much as possible before my interviews, but I obviously had a lot of knowledge holes.
So my last question to you is, explain to me what's a deadlock?
Oh shit, I don't know what this is. Yeah, so could you first tell me if it's like a good thing or a bad thing?
Can't you tell by the name? Deadlock?
Yes, that actually happened. I still cringe when I think about it to this day. For those of you who don't know what a deadlock is, it's supposed to be like very obviously bad. It's like asking if the sky's blue, and you're like, what can I first ask you if the ocean's blue? I ended up interviewing with a couple of companies, among which was Morgan Stanley. I somehow passed the interview, and the lady interviewing me was super nice and pretty. Wait, is that weird to say? Yeah, that's kind of weird. She was super nice, and she gave me an easy lead code question, which involved implementing the quick sort algorithm, which luckily for me was the only sorting algorithm I had memorized the day before. But my school's co-op ended up canceling it for me since I had already accepted another offer from Genentech, which turned out to be pretty amazing. I tried hitting up my Morgan Stanley interviewer again later on LinkedIn for my second internship, but I'm still waiting for her reply. And it's been 2 months. I think I still got a shot, right? So this term, I also did some C++, but it was mostly getting down my stacks, queues, linked lists, trees, hash tables, graphs, and sorting algorithms. At the end of this whole year, I had a grasp on the fundamentals of web development, data structures, algorithms, and I felt ready for my first internship. But most importantly, I now knew how to reverse a linked list.
That's pretty cool.
Weeks. So I wanted to come back from the break smarter than everyone else, financial analysis.
Mr. John, you've
Look at that video again. What the fuck?
Up to 200K a year as a new grad software engineer at a big technology company.
I lost my wife, my son, my family. I lost my job, a good career over at Facebook.
If I just practice lead code to prepare for interviews and learn how to reverse a linked list. A programming question where you have to write code to reverse the elements in a list. Sounds pretty easy, does it? It took me a whole year to do it. You'll see why. My mom also said I couldn't do CS because I sucked at math, which she is not wrong about. But it didn't matter to me because as soon as I learned how to print Hello World, I felt the power in my hands. I knew my journey had already begun, and I switched my major to computer science. Winter 2020. For this semester, I only had one real introductory programming class in Java, and it was super basic. This is where I went over easy stuff like if statements, loops, classes, objects, and like how to use an IDE, I guess. The fuck did I learn in this class? I was mostly catching up on some math courses this term because I literally forgot how to do like the most basic shit like long division or geometry because I just haven't used them in so long. So I have a question. How did you know that 90 degrees in a circle is equal to pi over 2 radians?
You should have learned that in high school.
BRB. Oh shit, I forgot to show the screen.
This is a real B&H customer story. Fred Smith, fitness instructor and podcaster, started a new business during the pandemic. Fred, tell us just your story.
I was a fitness instructor in Atlanta, and I transferred to New York, March 13, 2020, right as the city went under lockdown.
Oof, that's a rough time.
All the studios shut down. But with B&H's help, I started to work out with Fred. It's an online fitness platform with cycling classes and off-the-bike classes taught by me.
Talk about lemons to lemonade.
As I started looking for equipment, everybody I spoke to was pointing me to B&H. I needed a camera, a lens, microphone, capture card, audio interface.
Oh, Fred, we're running out of room here.
Well, here's the thing. That setup is really complicated, and that's where B&H came in. I felt like every expert I spoke to had been in my shoes before, whether I was on the chat or I called. Anytime I had a question, they had a solution. I was like, I wish I called you earlier.
We're always here for you, Fred. Say, where do you film all this?
Let me show you. My living room is essentially a recording studio. Everything in here, except for the couch and the TV, are laid out so that I can do my recording.
Amazing. What's next, Fred?
One of the things I've wanted to do for years was start a video podcast. So I started something called Join the Convo. We discuss important topics in a safe space.
Fred, you're a real mensch. Thank you for sharing your B&H story with us. Whatever your creative aspirations, B&H is here to help. Call, email, chat, come by anytime. Except Saturdays, of course.
Spending too much time prospecting? Introducing Lucia, the perfect tool for any company size. Simply find your target on LinkedIn and click on Show Contact to get the prospect's number and email. You can also save your contact directly to your CRM. Lucia, start for free.
Getting free real estate on stream. Ain't no way, boys. Ain't no way, boys. Let me finish this shit.
I'm not going over all that again.
Oh yeah, of course, totally. Now I remember. Yeah. You know how they say there's no dumb questions? I definitely asked a bunch of those. Summer 2020. This summer is when I really learned more about programming in general. I took courses like system hardware, web development, discrete math, and more object-oriented programming. I learned about how computers really work, stuff like logic gates, CPUs, and that everything basically boils down to bits of zeros and ones. Super cool stuff. Discrete math. Can we not talk about this course? I don't want to remember this course. No, don't even put a picture. Get this class out of me. Get this class. Hello? Hey, stop. The second object-oriented programming course I took was actually useful. It taught me about concepts like inheritance, polymorphism, exception handling, linked lists, and more. Web programming. This is where I learned my fundamentals of building websites. So stuff like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and PHP. Yes, fucking PHP. Here's the first website I've ever built. Pretty cool, right? I remember when I first finished this, I wanted to show this to all my friends, and they were just like...
What can I watch in 2 minutes? Can I watch in 2 minutes? I'm missing one of these. I need to get that soldering iron, bro. Because I've been wanting to work on an invention of carbon. Oh, that's pretty good. Sound test, boards and keys. Let me hear the sound test. I mean, it is cool, I guess. I'm not really feeling it. Kind of sounds gross. If I'm keeping it 100. Yeah, ew. I would not want that keyword. Gross. Alright. So, what am I doing? Wait, what the hell? I meant that. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so what am I gonna do? Alright, session's off. Break. Main session on. Turn that on. Yeah. And no one wanted you. Stupid. No one wanted you. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Oh no. Is my arm that ashy, bro? Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way. What the hell? Alright, session 2. Let's get it, guys. I'm gonna do some typing practice. Then I'm gonna try and get through the book. And then grab some water, BRB. No, be right back. I don't know why I said BRB. Like this is a text message or something. Give me like 1 minute, bro, because I need to send this stuff about Millie Bobby Brown to my sister, bro. It is crazy. And this is like some of the wildest stuff I've seen in a minute. I mean, sure, go up there. Let me just try and find it. No, don't go towards my drinks. Weird. Jitter. Literally right here. What? Right here. Okay. It's just a wire data. It's just a wire. Where the hell is this video? Sandra, I sent it. Wait a minute, I thought you said you couldn't send text. Ditto. Right here. Right there. That's okay for you to sit. And yeah, I have to be able to read my book. That's how I stomp on. Yeah, I'm not gonna cap. I like these hi-fi beats a lot, low-key more than the lo-fi. Maybe I've just been listening to the lo-fi for way too long. I just need a break check in. What, dude? Let me turn on lo-fi for reading. Excuse me. Alright, muting.
Massage chair built to massage you in all the right places and engineered.
We're joined by the legendary Scott Adkins.
He's done a backflip. I've done that one in a home movie that I made. The first time I fought Jackie Chan, there's a story behind that I need to tell you.
Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Stick around to the end to see how you can get 15% off.
This is atrocious. Oh man. Scott, we love you, but as a brother, we want to make fun of you a little bit. Hey everybody, we are back with another wonderful episode of Stuntman React. We're joined by the legendary Scott Adkins. He actually came out and joined us. This is super cool. I'm actually a little nervous. I'm nervous too.
Right, now that I'm here. Well, listen, guys, I'm a fan of the show. I have to, Shane Eric's not here, so I'll get my own back on him. But never mind.
Well, we have some amazing clips we're going to be jumping into today. You fought against some of the most legendary martial arts stars of all time. You know, Donnie Yen, Tony Jaa. Can't wait to hear what those experiences were like, but I also really want to dig into some of your fights and your experiences and like the stories that you have from your years of working in the business.
My very first martial arts job was with your uncle. Oh, no shit. Yeah. It was a teaser trailer for Blacklist 2 to pre-sell the movie.
Yeah.
And he worked me so hard that I was almost physically sick. And that's the only time I've ever worked with him.
Yeah.
For that. Why are we starting with the one where I get the shit kicked out of me?
Yeah, I do see a propensity for being cast as the bad guy a couple of times here. I gotta say, you have a very high-level beard, and I think the more high-level your beard game is, the better you are being cast as a villain.
There you go. This is for my new villainous part.
I love how he barely flinches when you throw that first punch to test the range.
Look how cool he is. Donnie Yen, the legend. You know, for me to be in like what is a modern-day kung fu movie was a big thrill because that's what you grew up watching, and they don't make as many as they used to. But to be in something like this, which is like the best sort of kung fu franchise of modern-day times, what a thrill! It's not easy when you walk in on day 3, aching, and they say, "Ah, today's the day for all the kicks. Let's go." Day 3 is always the worst, you know, because you're doing it all day, you're doing it for 12 hours, and you're full on. And that's the thing, if you're a fighter, which I'm not, but, you know, you go in there for 25 minutes, you do your thing, that's it, you're done. But the thing about making films is you're doing it for 12 hours, and you can't stay warm for the whole time. You're going to cool down, and that's when you get the little tweaks and the injuries, and then day 2, day 3, day 4, those tweaks are turning into proper problems that you've got to deal with, you know. I always see that bit where I do the back kick. It looks like my trousers are blown apart, but they haven't. Or maybe I'm always just checking out my ass. No, it's not there, but I always just see the split in the pants for some reason. Because that happens to me a lot in real life.
Oh, I gotta imagine.
So I'm always going around throwing kicks at people.
That's true. What are your pants considerations? You must be like, you got reinforced on that.
It is a consideration. Yeah. It's something you have to think about. It's funny because the fight is not choreographed beforehand. In Hong Kong they do it on the spot. And I know I'm the bad guy, and I know he's going to kick my ass, but I'm thinking, well, how is he going to kick my ass? What is going to be my fate? And at this point, when they're explaining that they're breaking my arm, and then he punches you in the face, and then he hits you in the throat, and then he hits you in the nuts, and I'm thinking, could I go out like any more of a bitch? This is terrible. But that's just the way they do it in Hong Kong, very organic. But you have to be ready as a performer to be shown the choreography there and then. And you watch it, and you've got to pick it up pretty quick, and then you've got to get in there with Donnie Yen, one of the best guys ever, and do it, 100% speed, and know that choreography like that. It's a stressful situation.
How many takes does it take Donnie Yen to learn his choreography?
No, he's just immediately. That's the level. These guys are the pinnacle of making martial arts fight scenes. Oh, there's a story behind that I need to tell you. So the shot is he punches me, and then I go back and I kick him in the chest. Donnie comes up to me and he's like, I can just be this close to you when I punch you, and then you're going to move back. And in the rehearsal, he did it so fast, and it just literally touched my cheek, and I'm like, man. And so on take number 1, he hits me in the face really hard. It's like, bang, whoa, and then he did the kick. And he's like, no, you've got to, once you get hit in the face, then you kick in the chest. I'm like, yeah, but, okay. On the next take number 2, I'm still a bit like freaked out. He does the punch, and I rush the kick, and I kick him straight in the throat. And that's the one that they've used. Like, straight in the throat. And he's like, you kick him in the throat. And it's Donnie Yen, He was fine, but then what they did is they put the camera over my shoulder, and he's going to do the punch now, and I've just kicked him in the throat. And I'm thinking to myself, he's just going to smack me now, it's payback time. So I've accepted my fate, and I'm just waiting for him to blast me in the face. All I can say is, thank you, Donnie. Thank you for not blasting me in the face after I kicked you in the throat. I love it when you get a hard hit. It looks fantastic, and to be on the receiving end of that is another thing. But if a stuntman comes up to me and says, I'll take a proper hit for you, Scott, I'm not going to turn it down. Okay. And I'll say, great, mate, just put your face right there, and we're going to smash it at 48 frames a second. But you should never do that to a stunt guy that's not expecting it. That's not ethical, it's not cool. But those guys that occasionally say, I'm going to take one for the team now, I'm going to give one to the gods of action. It's like, yeah, come on, it looks great. I love it when you see Tony Jaa blast someone. Donnie Yen, Sammo Hung, there are those moments where they hit people hard.
Have you ever volunteered to take a hard hit for the camera?
I remember on The Shepherd saying to Van Damme, sidekick me as hard as you can. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. So I said, no, it's fine. Because at the time, I was like, yeah, come on, give me your best shot. I can take it. And I'm offering it to you, Jean-Claude, because you're my hero. So please, just smack me as hard as you can.
Snake Eyes, I will need a warrior. I want you to join us.
So remember that.
And you've fought so many big names in the world of martial arts cinema.
Yeah, pretty much everyone except for Bruce Lee.
Have you fought Jet Li?
Yeah, Unleashed. Like the first time I fought Jackie Chan was in a film called The Medallion. I'm fighting him on this boat, and I knew that if I did a good job as the henchman for this little piece of the fight, that they were going to give me the big end fight with Jackie Chan. So there's a bit where we throw these punches and then I've got to do this back kick. But I remember just being so stressed out because of Jackie Chan, in his first film we're done with him.
He doesn't
want some jackass coming in and blasting him with the back kick. So it's very stressful. So on the first take, I hit him too lightly. Sammo Hung's the fight coordinator, and I hear him shouting over from the back, "Hit him harder! More power!" And then one of Jackie Chan's stunt team come up to me and they say, "Be very careful." Oh no! So I've got Sammo there shouting, "Hit him harder!" And I've got the stunt team looking at me like.
So Scott, you were one of the most requested guests on our show, and somehow through the power of the comments, you have manifested yourself into this space.
It came through the comments.
So if there's somebody else that you would really like to have on the show, please leave a comment below suggesting.
Get Jackie Chan in this joint.
I was so about equilibrium when I was 16 years old.
It's gun kata, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's complete farce.
It's all sorts of goofy.
The thing that you got to give Christian Bale credit for is he is acting his ass off. Like he's bought in so hard.
He's just trying to remember the choreography. It's not his fault. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Good work. This movie was designed to hit every neuron in a teenage boy's mind.
He's done a backflip. I've done that one in a home movie that I made. It's available on YouTube called Gangsters. Definitely inspired by John Woo, isn't it?
Yeah. Dude, I love John Woo. John Woo captures a bit of that Sammo Hung, Jackie Chan, Yuen Biao world of action, but he's not martial arts. He's into the gunplay and the pyrotechnics and special effects.
Well, he came from making martial arts films. There were a lot of swordplay movies that he made, and if you look at the way he uses the gun, it's like the gun is an extension of your hand, as if a sword is.
Yeah.
So the way he's using the guns like that, I mean, obviously it doesn't make any sense in terms of your aim.
You're the only other person who's ever said that. Because I've thought about that when I saw The Hard Boiled. Because with a gun you're trying to not be where the gun is pointing, right? So it's just like a sword. You don't want to be where the sword is pointing. And you can see that in the choreography. And I've never heard anybody else put it into words except for you. You know what's up.
Yeah, you know what's up too.
That same extension, John Woo 1 very much was using the gun as essentially an explosive close-range punch, right? The trick that they figured out, I think, for John Wick movies was they were like, we compress it and we go very close quarters with it, and we treat gunshots and gunplay as essentially punches.
It's the same concept as a fight scene. It's cause and effect. So in a fight scene, you see the punch hit the guy, you see the guy react all in one shot with the gun. You see the gun fire, and you see the guy getting shot in the same shot. If you put an edit in there and cut to the guy getting shot, it's just not as good. Sergio Leone, when he came out with The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, they would never show the guy getting shot, the gun and the guy getting shot in the same shot before that, but he didn't know about that. So it was quite shocking to see the gun and the guy getting shot in the same, but everyone loved it because it was just more visceral and just looked amazing. And that's what John Woo does. Essentially, it's a lot of cause and effect, all the just shit blowing up around him and that. Yeah, chaos, yeah.
I get what you're saying. So when you kind of separate it,
this is 1989 Sammo Hung directed movie called Pedicab Driver with some brilliant fights.
Two separate events,
he's known for hitting people hard.
Pretty cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Damn!
No! With the heel! With the heel!
His whole body gets off the ground.
Let me see. Hello. Hello.
Now watch this guy next. Watch
that sounds pretty good.
No!
Damn, it's terrible.
So this is what I'm talking. Even that guy, the elbow connects. The elbow connects with that guy. But look at the camera work there. It's panning across there as he gets hit, and here it's going back there and back here again. It's all very interesting. Watch this bit. Secret technique. That'll get you out of that situation, guaranteed.
Ain't no way, boy. Damn.
It's just brilliant. This is the golden age. This is when action, for me, was at its very best. And I don't think it's going to be equaled. The effort, the quality of the stunts, the physical stunts that you wouldn't do now, because you can do CG and everything. But they're just putting their bodies on the line back then because there was no other way of doing it other than you've got to do it in camera. And in those days in Hong Kong, it wasn't about, car chases and big explosions because they didn't have the budget that, Hollywood had. It was all about fighting and physical stunts. And that's why you got those crazy stunts where it looks like people have died because that's how they were trying to up the ante and compete with Hollywood movies. So I don't think we'll get it again with CG and everything. The superhero movies, they take care of that quota, right?
Yeah.
You're getting to see your fight scenes and action stuff in the superhero movies. So there's less martial arts movies. But then you've got stuff like John Wick And you've got these directors coming through now that have come from the world of stunts, like Sam Hargrave with Extraction, Chad Stahelski, John Wick, David Leitch, Deadpool 2 and Hobbs and Shaw. So we're getting these new guys coming through from the stunt world that understand this, and they're putting their version of it. So actually, it's looking pretty good.
So to have a professional who is so well versed in this world share their knowledge with us, it's a gift. And Scott actually has a whole YouTube channel. It's The Art of Action. Scott Atkins, The Art of Action. There's a link in the description below. If you like this show, you definitely need to go check it out because it is Scott talking with some of the most accomplished martial artists and stuntmen, actors, stuntwomen in the world today, and revealing really in-depth insights. So if you enjoy the show, you think this is cool, well, go check out Scott's show because it's this, but even more.
It's like this, but better.
There it is.
As you can see, I'm not a stunt guy. As much as I'd like to, it'd be pretty cool. I've tried, but no. I'm here to talk about today's sponsor, Raycon. Raycon's out there disrupting the industry, making earbuds for half the cost of other premium audio brands. They're really small, they're really compact, they're noise isolating, so they'll literally sit in your little ear canal and block out all of the sound from around you. So if you like to ride your bike through the wilderness, Raycon is for you. There's no dangling wires, you got a bunch of different fits and sizes. Also, they come in a bunch of different colors. I know you might be all about that bass. Well, guess what? These Raycons will give you 6 hours of that bass. And let's say you don't want them anymore, you need something different. Well, you got a 45-day free return policy. Click that link in the description or head on over to buyraycon.com/CoralCrew and you will get 15% off your first purchase of Raycon earbuds. It's a pretty sweet deal. That's 15% off if you go to buyraycon.com/CoralCrew or just click that link in the description.
Well, Scott, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Freddie, always a good time. Thanks for joining us as well.
No problem. Thanks for having me, Nico.
Can I just say that it's an absolute pleasure to be on. I watch the show a lot. You guys doing a great job. Keep it up. I've learned quite a few things myself, and I thought that I knew everything. So, thanks, guys.
This is the air outside your house. Sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's cold, and it always wants to get inside. Air's a genius at getting in, through holes in the foundation, cracks in the attic, even places you wouldn't expect, like recessed lighting fixtures. You can't see the problem, but you sure can feel it. In winter, your house is chilly. In summer, it's stuffy. Your heat and AC are working 24/7.
Just have like 2 more minutes left. What can I do in that time? Yeah, I can queue up some more videos, I guess. That might be worth checking out. That might be worth checking out. We saw Squishy Boy, that was pretty cool.
Mark Rober has discovered the formula for going viral on YouTube. His crazy science experiments have become some of the most popular uploads on the platform, to the point where right now he averages an insane 37 million views per video, and his audience just keeps growing.
When I put out a video, I get an increase of 300,000 subscribers in like 2 days.
Now, I covered Mark in a video last year, but since then I've learned a lot more about the tactics he uses to make banger after banger. I've realized that this guy literally has a 3-step formula for his viral videos, and today we're going to get to the bottom of it. You see, the reason Mark's YouTube strategy is worth studying is the fact he's part of a very exclusive club, and it started by accident. In 2011 he randomly uploaded this Halloween prank video. It went viral, and the scientist inside Mark Rober realized something. Viral videos aren't just random, they can be engineered. For entertainment channels on YouTube, there are certain tiers. You've got a huge group of creators who hover somewhere between 1 million to 10 million views a video. But there's a huge gap to the next level up. Only a small handful of creators consistently get more than 20 million views on their videos. So what's the difference? YouTubers like Mark know something about the algorithm that keeps them ahead of the competition. Let's go through his 3-step formula by analysing this video here. So a little later on, we'll actually...
Let me just put that back. Did not mean to do that. Window capture. Wendy got old. Other guy. Alright. I was so late. Shadow of what I once was. Cause we don't do what we say we're gonna. Now it's always practice and don't you? Alright, study session 3. Alright, it's already going off. Everything good? Yeah. Alright.
We already know a good bit about exponents. Now let's think about fractional exponents. So we're going to think about what is 4 to the 1/2 power. I encourage you to pause the video and just take a guess about what you think this is. So the mathematical convention. Here, the mathematical definition that most people use, or frankly all people use here, is that 4 to the 1/2 power is the exact same thing as the square root of 4. And we'll talk in the future about why this is, and the reason why this is defined this way is it has all sorts of neat and elegant properties when you start manipulating the actual exponents. But what does the square root of 4, especially the principal root, mean? Well, that means, what is a number that if I were to multiply by itself, or if I were to have 2 of those numbers and I were to multiply them times each other, that same number, I'm going to get 4. Well, what times itself is equal to 4? Well, that's, of course, equal to 2. And just to get a sense of why this starts to work out, well, remember, we could have also written that 4 is equal to 2. You're starting to see something interesting. 4 to the 1/2 is equal to 2. 2 squared is equal to 4. So let's get a couple more examples of this, just so you make sure you get what's going on. And I encourage you to pause it as much as necessary and try to figure it out yourself. So based on what I just told you, what do you think 9 to the 1/2 power is going to be? Well, this is just going to be 5. 5 times 5 is 25, or you can say that 25 is equal to 5 squared. Now, let's think about what happens when we take something to the 1/3 power. So let's imagine taking 8 to the 1/3 power. So the definition here is that taking something to the 1/3 power is the same thing as taking the cube root of that number. The cube root is saying, well, what number, if I had 3 of that number and I multiply them, that I'm going to get 8. So something times something times something is 8. Well, we already know that 8 is equal to 2 to the 3rd power. So the cube root of 8, or 8 to the 1/3, is just going to be equal to 2. It says, hey, give me the number that if I say that number times that number times that number, I'm going to get 8. Well, that number is 2, because 2 to the 3rd power is 8. Do a few more examples of that. What is 64 to the 1/3 power? Well, we already know. That 4 times 4 times 4 is 64. So this is going to be 4. And we already wrote over here that 64 is the same thing as 4 to the 3rd. I think you're starting to see a little bit of a pattern here, a little bit of symmetry here. And we can extend this idea to arbitrary rational exponents. So what happens if I were to raise, let's say I had, let me think of a good number here. So let's say I had 32. I have the number 32, and I raise it to the 1/5 power. So this says, hey, give me the number that if I were to multiply that number, or I were to repeatedly multiply that number 5 times, what is that? I would get 32. Well, 32 is the same thing as 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. So 2 is that number that if I were to multiply it 5 times, then I'm going to get 32. So this right over here is 2. Or another way of saying this kind of same statement about the world is that 32 is equal to 2 to the 5th power.
I will be right back.
There's a really big mistake that people always make when asked this question. People do every single thing right, but they forget a few things. It's too late, or it's too early, or I'm too young, or I'm too old to apply to scholarship. That is just false. This next section, y'all gonna like this. Get some money too. Next section. Okay, peace. You defined the terms for me. You told me where to find them. Okay, alright, but like I'm now getting a lot of scholarships. How do I organize it? I'm going crazy. I'm here to help you. Number one, do not try ever. Good question. I get asked this all the time, so I am here to finally answer it. First is this website called Find Aid. You can get a list of scholarship on there. The same for Scholly. A lot of people talk about this. Scholly. You have, I repeat, you have to look for scholarship. Try out Scholly. Also try out scholarships.com. Yeah, it's like fast web. I use that a lot myself. I also use Scholly too. Also Raise Me. You know, like raising money for scholarship. Yeah, Raise Me. Also, this is a big one, which a lot of people don't know about. Go to your high school guidance counselor. My high school counselor was the GOAT. Like, she was amazing. Because literally, we would go into their office and they had a whole board filled with scholarships. Like, oh, this, what's this? And just fill out the packets, take the packets, and go literally every single day of my senior year. I would go to the guidance office to get a scholarship, but also because I was senior class president. But like, it was mostly to get the scholarship. And I just be like, oh shoot, this is nice. I haven't tried this one. Oh, it's due this day. Let me try it out. Well, ask your guidance counselor. They may not have it on a nice, pretty wall like mine did, but they probably will still have it. Look on Reddit. Like, look on Reddit. Also, look on TikTok. I know. They do hashtag scholarship, hashtag scholarship season. Look it up. You're gonna hear some really good ones. Y'all just watch this whole video, okay? There's just too much gems, too much sauce for me not to get to y'all. Or just Google merit scholarship, or maybe for your certain school, or for your major, or for where you're from. Just do merit scholarship. I kind of say this is the easiest one, quote unquote, because like a merit scholarship is based on what you've already done. So it's easier because you don't have to do more. It's kind of like already done a little bit. You feel me? Go for small scholarships. I repeat, go for small scholarships. I know a lot of people be like, this is $500 and this is $4,000. Why would I waste my time with this $500? Let me try this $4,000. But sis, bro, those $500 ones add up. You get 4 $500 ones and you have $2,000 already. They add up. And money is money. Don't be stingy now. This is not the time for you to be stingy, okay? Do not be stingy. Just get that money no matter how much it is. A few ideas for places to look for the small scholarships. Look for your school, your high school, your college that you're going to, the district that you're in, the specific field that you want to try to get into. So if you're a STEM student, I promise you search up merit scholarship for STEM students, merit scholarship for business students, merit scholarship for blank. Look for HBCU scholarship. Look for scholarships for a certain religion. Look for scholarship for a certain hobby. I promise you, there are so many scholarships. Once you start getting into them, it's like a rabbit hole that you can't get out of, but also you don't want to get out of it either, because you're making bank now. You feel me? Like, there was this one time that my old elementary school principal offered a whole scholarship. It was like $500 or $700 something. I applied to it. I didn't get it, right? I didn't get it, but I applied to it, and that was a possibility. So you never know where you can get a
Watch some of the video, because Mark does some pretty interesting things in his editing. But first, we need to talk about something that is often overlooked, which takes us on to step number 1. Mark has a system for viral ideas. What I've noticed about some of the best creators in the world is they are incredible at identifying viral opportunities. Someone like Mark is constantly thinking of ideas. His real skill is being able to filter through them and pick the one that has the best chance of going viral. And the good news is there's a bit of a system to this. I've noticed that the best ideas on Mark's channel have to pass 4 main criteria before they get made. The first thing is all Mark's videos have an extreme element. It shouldn't be a surprise that viral videos need to be somewhat unique. If they were easy to replicate, there would be too much competition. For example, the world's largest videos concept is a proven way to stand out. The algorithm rewards going to the extreme. The second thing is Mark's ideas are optimized for new viewers. His videos can be shown to someone who has never seen his channel before and still be interesting. They have wide appeal. Mark's video ideas are usually previously proven. As much as it's good to innovate, most viral ideas on YouTube are just...
For so many people in the US, our college debt is something that just seemingly takes forever to pay off. The one thing that I...
adaptations of things that have worked in the past. For example, the video we are covering today is just a progression of this video from 2019. This removes the guesswork. If it's worked for you or for another channel, we can already predict there's a good chance it will work again. And finally, Mark has said if he can't visualize the title and thumbnail, he doesn't even start filming. We'll cover some of the tactics Mark uses in this area later in the video. If you look at any of Mark's recent uploads, they all follow these 4 criteria. But now it's time for the really interesting part. Because ideas are useless without execution. Which takes us on to step number 2. Mark edits for the algorithm. I heard something about Mark recently that really surprised me. And it's one of the main reasons I wanted to make this video in the first place. Despite having nearly 20 million subscribers, Mark still edits and writes his own videos. Now I've worked with plenty of 1 million plus YouTubers, and trust me, this is very rare. So why? Well, let's take a listen to Mark explaining why he refuses to outsource these 2 things.
I think the biggest thing I probably don't skimp on relative to my peers that they do is probably like the edits, right? And like the stories. Like I write all my own stories. Like I'm an okay builder compared to like other people. Like I'm actually not that good. But the one thing I think that maybe is a little bit of a special sauce is like framing the story, coming up with a cool story, and just telling that story. I'll film the thing and then at the end I figure out what the most interesting parts of the story was, and then I like thread the needle to create that narrative. And so part of that then is also the edit and packaging that together, and I just don't know how I would outsource that.
Okay, so Mark's really hyped up his storytelling and editing. YouTube's algorithm, as we've discussed many times before, rewards creators who can hold the viewer's attention throughout the video. So let's take a look and see Mark's genius in action, starting with the first 30 seconds.
2, 1. This is me reclaiming my title for the world's largest and tallest elephant toothpaste experiment. And this is a totally different kind of reaction we discovered in all our experimentation called devil's toothpaste, which is insanely reactive and super dangerous. I'll explain why in a minute, but for now, here's a hint.
Now, the first thing I want to point out is that Mark delivers on the promise right away. When you click on this video, you're clicking for explosions. And guess what? In the opening section, 7 of the first 15 shots we see are explosions. This instantly rewards the viewer for choosing Mark's video. Secondly, the edit frequency is very intense. In fact, just in this intro, there are 16 separate cuts. The average length of a clip is 1.8 seconds. Mark understands that if there's any part of the video that should be fast-paced, it's the intro. These tactics grab your attention from the first second. What happens next is even more important.
This is Fletcher, and this is also Fletcher a year before this call, but unbeknownst to everyone at the time, also pictured here under all that amazing hair was a fast-growing brain tumor. I secretly vowed that if he made it to 13 years old, I would fly him and his family out and surprise him with just the dopest birthday party ever. And not long after, I texted Fletcher this picture. So he knew we had closely matching hairstyles, but what he didn't know is that plans were already underway for him and I to take back the record for the world's largest elephant toothpaste.
Mark always gives his videos a strong why, and I think this is often missing on YouTube. Most people would just take this idea and make the whole video around the toothpaste explosion. But by adding in this underlying story, Mark gives the whole video purpose. He's also blending two viral video concepts into one. Now the video is not only a world's largest video, but it's also a wholesome surprise. Mark is making viral videos within his viral video. However, the first difficulty comes after this point, and it's where a lot of people fail, the build-up phase. Compared to the excitement of the intro and the emotion of the why, Mark actually building the experiment could seem boring, but he keeps this part interesting using a storytelling structure: problem, discovery, explanation. He uses this pattern in the building section of every video. It's a perfect example of show don't tell when it comes to YouTube. And then comes the most important part of the video. Mark has 3 separate payoffs.
And then when we gathered for the picture, I snuck up right behind him and took off my mask. All right, cool. What do you guys want to do next? What should we do?
In the last few years, YouTube's algorithm has changed to favor what they call viewer satisfaction. They want to promote videos that keep people entertained and leave them feeling happy and fulfilled. Think about it. People clicked on this video expecting one explosion, and they actually ended up getting 2 huge explosions and a heartwarming surprise. To really succeed on YouTube, you need to over-deliver for your viewers. But for Mark's formula, there's still a vital part missing, which takes us on to the next step. Mark uses perfect packaging. Mark knows that all his effort up to this point would be useless if he doesn't get the thumbnail and title right. How you package your video is arguably the most important thing. The first thing you'll notice about his title is it's very concise, 44 characters to be exact. Data shows that the best performing viral videos have titles under 55 characters long. As we mentioned earlier, world's largest emphasizes that extreme aspect. Even using the word explosion instead of experiment adds to the excitement and danger that Mark is trying to communicate. However, I think the real genius is in the thumbnail. First of all, the colors of the devil's toothpaste immediately grab your eye. This is emphasized by having the background of the thumbnail washed out with neutral colors. The contrast makes it jump through the screen. The same is true of Mark himself. His white clothing stands out. If he was wearing a black t-shirt here, he would be much harder to recognize. Also, notice how Mark is used to show the scale. The small human body beside the massive explosion makes you realize just how insane this video is going to be. To add to this, the thumbnail is in action. Mark running away makes it look like a screenshot from the video. This emphasizes the danger and urgency. You're clicking for that exact moment. It also follows what I like to call the 3-element rule. A good thumbnail is a simple thumbnail. There are 3 main elements at play here: the explosion, the arrow, and Mark himself. Having too many elements in one thumbnail adds unnecessary complexity. My friend Dan noticed that Mark often changes his thumbnails if he's not seeing results. With all my clients, I use a tool called A/B testing in TubeBuddy to do this automatically. It can switch between 2 thumbnails and pick the one getting the best CTR and views. I honestly have no idea why more people aren't using it, so I've left a special link in the description below for you to give it a try. Mark certainly inspires me to be a better YouTuber. If you found this video helpful or interesting in any way, all I ask for is a subscribe.
Completely forgot what's it called. Tell me what else they got. Oh, I forgot to set the timer.
Because I was stressed out, and bars and chips and donuts, gaining weight. But since I started noon, I've lost 70 pounds. Before I went on I didn't like how I looked. I can even see my feet. I used diet programs in the past that required me to use their food. The problem is when you stop using their food, you gain the weight back. What was totally bad was really understanding what I was eating.
I'll just tell y'all when y'all can. I forgot to turn off the alarm. Yeah, whatever. It was a good video, but wasn't really.
Wow! Whoa! His reactions are amazing. I love these guys. He's really getting hit by real jets of sand right there. You know, sometimes we finish these drawings out to full color, very slick. Sometimes they're just we need to get it done fast.
Brendan Fraser is having to do all this acting with nothing around him.
So I tell you what the big reveal is here.
Thanks to Audible for sponsoring this video. Stick around to the end to see how you can get a 30-day trial for free.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Visual Effects Artists React. We're joined by a very special guest today. You guys might know Nick. Well, it turns out his dad has done a bunch of work in the industry and is
still have a few. It was a lot of work. It was actually the biggest project that I've worked on at ILM at the time.
But doing pretty
So you
good.
pretty much art-directed Emotep.
That's right. That was one of the things that the director needed to have designed and visualized earliest was Imhotep, because that is why he came to ILM. The question is, why remake The Mummy? Well, he wanted to have an answer to that. He wanted to say, because this is going to be like no mummy you've ever seen, we're going to achieve this in a way that does not look like makeup or costumes or practical effects. So the design of Imhotep went through many, many stages. It was like a contest. Everyone pretty much threw in their own best ideas for the mummy. And they just, it was so fun. There were art all over the walls, everyone's different ideas. And I lucked out. He liked the drawing that I did, which was,
of course.
Which was this one.
Oh! Wow! Whoa!
So that's the first pencil drawing. His reactions are amazing.
That's fire.
There you go. That's Imhotep stage 1.
It's like so visceral.
Here, hold that.
Yeah, okay.
So that was a pencil drawing, scanned in basically. There's the full body.
So rad.
So this basically was what got the approval from him as far as the transparency. So as we said, he had to go through stages. So this was
so cool.
This was stage 2.
Dude, his eyes.
So this was where we were pushing the limit of grossness for an R rating versus a PG-13. Was wormy bits around the eyes.
You got eyelid guts.
Eyelid guts. So these are Imhotep's later stages as he's sort of reforming. There we go. That became another iconic. His jaw disconnects, opens into this super screen, and all the flies come pouring out. Part of our process back in the day, and it might be used sometimes now, although I have a feeling it's all digital now, is we would go to our awesome model shop and have our awesome sculptors sculpt us models called maquettes.
Oh.
We had our model shop help out because there's nothing again like holding something in your hand, not staring at a screen all the time, and also for lighting and textures. We'll have a really beautiful model made and painted.
If you manage a team,
This is
you
kind of
should be
creeping
using
me out.
Monday.com. If you
Hold on, I'm just gonna check this out.
This is the opening shot to the movie.
It is. It is the opening shot.
It looks CG to me, or maybe like 2.5D.
I'm assuming it starts off 3D, but is there miniature stuff here too? It just, it looks a little too detailed for me to think that it's 3D. So supposedly Nick is in the shot, right?
Yes. Maybe. Rumor has it.
That's right. This is that shot.
You're in the mummy. You're in the mummy. You're in the mummy. You're telling us that millions of people around the world.
Yeah, he's down there. He's with some kids and a dog.
Oh, I see Nick. He's right there.
He's
I recognize Nick. But the biggest thing that stands out to me is the fact that it doesn't look like any of the people are actually like in the original plate. They look added.
What gives them away?
The people over there filmed with the tripod on a green screen. So as the camera is moving, you're not quite getting a subtle rotational parallax shift in the people. It's almost like a bit of a billboard cutout.
You guys are pretty close, but also amusingly not in some ways. I'm getting some real enjoyment out of this. Okay, the Sphinx, the plaza, the temple buildings, all of that is a miniature.
Wow.
All miniature.
What's the scale here? Like, how tall is that Sphinx?
That is about 4.5 feet tall.
Okay.
Here is my drawing of the Sphinx and the scaffolding.
Oh, no way. This is what informed the prop makers to build the scaffolding on the Sphinx in the movie.
That's right. You know, sometimes we finish these drawings out to full color, very slick. Sometimes they're just, we need to get it done fast.
This is amazing.
So you designed the plaza?
Yeah.
Everything from the paintings to the statues
That's
to the
right.
torch in the middle.
Yeah. Any Egyptian scholar would look at this and go, that top piece, that wasn't
Yeah, I was
until
gonna ask, he's like,
centuries later, and they never did that thing until that,
Like, did you worry about like Upper Nile versus Lower Nile, like design? Or...
Define worry. My favorite times were visiting the models being built, because that's also a thing you can go physically see. You walk around this amazing thing they're building from your drawings, and it's just incredible to see it come to life.
Adam Savage worked in that model department at
Oh, yeah.
ILM. Did you work with him? Did you know?
He worked on. No, Adam and I go back to this. The Mummy and the Mummy.
Casually dropped that? What?
Yeah, the model shop was incredible. Tori and Grant, of course. And there was some bond that we had with the model shop because we all work with traditional tactile physical media. So I got to talk about how the shop was even composed and created. So that wall there, you see, and those soldiers on the sand. They were filmed in Morocco. That is an actual ancient fortress wall.
Wow.
That wall.
What? Whoa, it transitioned from a miniature to real footage here?
Yeah, exactly.
I was thinking this was also some more miniature stuff.
And so what they did is they basically did an incredibly thorough track on the shot, and then we took the curve of the camera from the moment the actual plate starts, and we extended it backwards to create this smooth camera move that then informed pre-visualization that I did with some of my previous artists in the art department. That was then used to extrapolate for the model shop the exact dimensions and scale we would need to create all of the structures. Shall I tell you what the big reveal is here? If I'm remembering this correctly, we ended up filming the model pretty much at almost a noon or early afternoon light. And I believe that was all caused by reversing out again from the live action plate. I think the director then called for this change of lighting, magic hour, sunlight to the left, sun setting to the left pretty much. A pretty radical change of lighting direction late in the whole process. We'd already filmed this miniature. It was already in the can, as we used to say. It was way too late in production to reshoot it. So it was all up to the compositing team to essentially relight this entire bloody shot. Well, and they did a masterful job, given the short time they had and everything else.
So you're telling me a compositor had to go through and specifically darken all of the highlights on the front of the...
Front of the Sphinx. They left, I believe what you're seeing there is real, that edge light, side light on the screen left side, that is all real light, I believe. But all of the front face that you're seeing so darkened, that was all pushed in comp.
Interesting,
That
okay.
was extremely controlled.
I mean, dealing with shadows can be a surprisingly challenging process.
There's no automated way to do it. You just need to brute force it. Even today, you just have to like cut it out by hand or paint it in by hand. Like there's no other way to do that.
That's right.
In my opinion, the 90s is the golden era of cinema. Sure, there's still good movies now, but I think the second half of the 90s is the best movies have ever been. And if you have any suggestions for visual effects from the 90s that we should react to, please leave a comment down below.
So another big part was Imhotep's ability to change into sand. And we spent a lot of visual development time devising concepts for how that would look.
Whoa, yeah.
So this was again trying to define, just in an image, what level of subtlety for a director's approval and for the effects team to start wrapping their heads around how to do it. I didn't want it to feel like a face pushing through a rubber sheet. We wanted it to feel very organic. It's not solid and locked like a piece of plastic. It comes and it goes. You see it, you don't see it. And that was a really hard thing to dial. And that also pushed the state of the art in particle system animation in the day.
So particles, basically what you're going to be doing is you're spotting points in space, and you can stick basically a card onto that particle.
I wonder if they use like some of this stuff for like Sandman in the original Spider-Man. Not the original, but like the Sam Raimi. Man, technology has come so damn far. Oh my god, did it look this rough originally? Whoa. This, oh my god, that was miniature pieces of sand. Oh wow. No, but the time and energy they put into this is just legendary. start in a minute. I just need to see this to fruition. Nah, this is a fire ass scene, bro. Heat. Alright, back to studying. Alright. Be right back. I'm gonna grab some water.
Check this out. Hey, how much money did you make last week? $3,000. What about the week before? $5,000. What about the week before that? $4,000. How much money did you make last week?
Last week, I made $3,500.
What?
forget it. I'm muted. Let me switch to the fifth session. Ooh, I am pretty damn tuckered out. I just have to hit the maximum. Yeah. Damn. Nah, I like on a different video, although this is fire. Double clicking.
This is OutSystems, the most complete full-stack application development platform for professional developers. Quickly create mobile and web applications, chatbots, and reactive web apps for any device. Build your data models, workflows, logic, and pixel-perfect user interfaces and interactions, and even add your custom code, all inside the most advanced.
This is me in a flimsy cage in the middle of the ocean at night, surrounded by hungry sharks. We were there experimenting with some mesmerizing bioluminescence we captured in this jar, which was really cool, but unfortunately for us, the sharks agreed. So once again, I found myself in a precarious situation, risking my life for science. And for that, I blame my friends at Discovery, because for Shark Week this year, they sent me to the frickin' Bermuda Triangle. Now in the past to celebrate Shark Week, I've ran experiments to answer important questions such as, can sharks really smell a drop of blood in the water from a mile away? Or given the choice, do they have a preference for human blood over fish blood? And so this year, I'm headed back with some contraptions I built to potentially debunk a few more shark myths. And our experiments are gonna get us dangerously close to sharks in the shallows, and then so deep, it's like we're visiting an alien planet. And we're even gonna take a critical look into whether the Bermuda Triangle itself is actually cursed.
There's a legend on this here island.
But of course, to do that, I'll need an expert in the paranormal, aka Noah frickin' Schnapp from Stranger Things.
This is spookier than the upside down.
And so before I head to the Bermuda Triangle in an 8-second travel montage to meet Noah for the first time, in an effort to make him feel more comfortable, I'ma harness my inner hopper.
What the hell is that?
To kick things off,
It was fantastic.
To kick things off, I reunited with my marine biologist, shark expert buddy, Luke Tipple.
Luke! G'day mate, how you doing?
What up,
I need
buddy?
some flavor in my body. Ooh. Hold on, I'll be right back. Good looking guy today.
A lot last year, I feel like. What attracts sharks, what kind of noises I make when my life's in grave danger.
And then as soon as Noah showed up, we decided we want to get him right out to see his first ever shark in real life and to test our first potential myth, which has to do with sharks attacking people with GoPros.
Come here. Come here.
No.
Oh my god!
There's no way we're filming that.
No way! Bonker. Oh my god. Look down here. Look at that.
Ain't no way, boy.
No, there's no way. Are we going
Ain't no way.
We're going in with that.
Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way.
I'm going home.
And so while Noah reconsidered his life choices, we came up with a game plan.
Right, Luke. Last time we were out here, we have these like 360 cams on a stick, and the sharks swim for it. Like a number of times they would bite at it, right? And I've actually heard that sometimes you go on a dive, like in Hawaii, they'll actually tell you you cannot bring a GoPro because they say the sharks are attracted to like the electromagnetic waves. And it feels like, Is that true?
I think there's something to it.
According to Luke, he's definitely seen sharks snap at GoPros on a selfie stick, but it was unclear if that's just because you're shoving this stick way out in front of their face, or if it was actually some kind of electromagnetic waves from the GoPro that got them excited. And that's sort of an important distinction if you own a GoPro.
We proved that they love the electric field. Maybe don't attach one to your head.
So we came up with an experiment to test this. We would dive down, and Luke would be holding a selfie stick with the GoPro actively filming inside, and then as a control, I would be right next to him with an identical selfie stick with an identical GoPro housing, but it would be empty. So the only difference between these two would be the tiny electrical field coming from the filming GoPro. And then at that point, we just count how many times each of our selfie sticks got bumped or attacked. And while I was obviously a little skeptical, there is some validity to the theory here. Part of the reason sharks have existed as apex predators for 450 million years is because they detect and hunt their dinner not only with the same 5 senses we do, but with 2 bonus senses as well. Their 6th sense is to detect even slight pressure changes in the water in all directions around them at all times. And then their 7th is their ability to detect electric fields. That's what all these little dots under here are for. And this matters because when any muscle contracts, it gives off an electrical signal. That's how the brain controls them. So sharks can sense a fish using its muscles to try and swim away, or even a completely stationary fish simply because of its beating heart. And so with the testing plan in place, it was time to gear up and enjoy Noah's first ocean scuba dive experience with a warm welcome from 25 swarming sharks. So we set up camp on the bottom and started the experiment. And it seemed at first they were kind of scoping us out for a bit, after which they got a little bit more confident.
Google Fi, a phone plan by Google. Meet Simply Unlimited, our most affordable plan for...
So after about 10 minutes, while there were a few close calls, and certainly some interest in our selfie sticks, there were definitely no attacks yet, so we headed back up to tally and compare our results.
Yeah, that's the scariest part, right? They swim like right at your face.
Yeah, like they're coming like this.
Yeah, and then the last moment they're like trying to see how scared we are.
They swim right past me and they're like eyeing me. And I'm like, do I keep trying to look away?
Don't look them in the eye.
When we looked at the footage, Luke's running GoPro got bumped 5 times, while my empty camera case was only bumped once. Which was interesting, but I wouldn't exactly call that a clear-cut result to the rumor that sharks will attack GoPros because they mistake the electric fields for prey. But lucky for us, I had a backup plan to give more conclusive evidence.
I think to really level it up, I've got something over here I want to show you guys. How many GoPros is that? glad you asked, Luke. 21. Okay, so this is a twofer. First of all, we've got a bunch of GoPros. So if they're interested in one, we'll take it to an extreme, and they should really go crazy for this, right?
They don't like this one, then they don't like this.
Exactly.
But the second purpose for this rig is because the 21 cameras are equally spaced apart, this is a waterproof version of that fancy bullet time rig made famous by The Matrix. Now, 2 years ago, I came up with a poor man's version of this by sticking a 360 camera to the end of a harpoon, and that worked pretty well, as you can see here. But we tested this new and improved rig at the pool that morning, and I was even more hopeful for this version because we were able to get some super dope shots like this one. Now, Caribbean reef sharks are pack hunters, and this is why some argue they're the most dangerous sharks in the Bermuda Triangle, because they get each other worked up in a frenzy. And so my hope was the sharks would in fact get really worked up by all the GoPros to the point that it was a frenzy. Because I'm pretty sure that's just something Noah would want to experience, underwater, you know, up close and personal. So now that his mind was mentally prepared for what might lie ahead, it was time to get back in the water for the follow-up test.
I gotta pee. And luckily, 2 years ago, we proved that sharks aren't attracted to urine, so I'll be fixing that situation in about 5 minutes when we're in the water.
Yeah, the rig!
And so while we conducted our supersized follow-up experiment, we took the opportunity to capture some bullet time shots as well.
Wow, that is clean.
In the end, they just weren't that interested in a rig with 21 running GoPros, so it was pretty clear that the myth that sharks will attack a GoPro thinking it's food was busted. Now, to be fair, they could almost certainly sense that electrical field, which is why they sometimes bump it out of curiosity. It's just that it would be such a different electromagnetic signature from what they'd evolved for hundreds of millions of years to consider food. So you're totally cool to whip out your GoPro next time you find yourself surrounded by sharks. And so while we did have some cool bullet time shots and a busted myth, what we didn't have was Noah's front row seat to a feeding frenzy. But luckily, I had another backup plan, because before we got in, I introduced him to my secret recipe from last year, the Super Chum Smoothie. And while it might make us humans gag, sharks love this stuff. So the plan was to have the boat crew fill this canister with the Super Chum and then drop it overboard, hopefully creating a real-life Sharknado on the way down. And now, since our experiment had concluded down below, I let the boat crew know it was time for Plan B.
We got a Sharknado! Here we go! Coming in hot! Oh, it's coming down fast! Oh, it's the bottom! They're converging! They're definitely agitated. They're moving around to try to figure out what's at the bottom. Oh, they're really going for it now. Yes! Sharknado! Sharknado! One of the sharks is to the right. No way. I think our smoothie's work. Dude, they like what we've done. I have a feeling there's like double the amount of sharks there. I guys are getting pretty gnarly. On your back. Oh, they lied. Yeah, this is too crazy. I think we better hit the boat.
They're really risking it all, bruh.
Okay. So with Feeding Frenzy crossed off the bucket list, and even another dive later where Andy captured this footage of a super rare great hammerhead, Noah innocently inquired about a creepy-looking lighthouse near our dive spot.
We should ask if we could explore it. Oh, God. You know what's the deal with the lighthouse?
It was brought here in 1952, and that's when they actually had the first accident. There was a ship that wrecked here, and everyone died except for one kid. He was 5-year-old, he survived, they found him and everything, but it said that you see a spirit here they call the Grey Lady, and on a full moon, you can hear her moaning at night for her son, you know? So it's pretty spooky, man.
What's the name of it? Is that the name?
So I mean, it's called the Great Isaacs, but the locals call it the Ghost Light.
What are they on about?
Ain't
no way.
We should,
Should we check it out?
Yeah, we should. Are we cool? Can we go explore the lighthouse?
All right.
As you said, it was cool.
Get to it.
And while this was possibly a really bad idea, it would be a good chance to gather some first-hand evidence behind all the Bermuda Triangle lore.
I thought that was the Grey Lady.
And so we started exploring and...
Well, that's just terrifying. No, I don't know. What even just happened? Why? Yeah, put that there. That's actually pretty terrifying. Excuse me. Let me just let this one catch up. Let me set the other timer as well. Yo, I'll be right back. I just need to check on something, and I'll be back in like maybe 2 minutes.
And just the whole vibe for this place was legitimately creepy. Now, I'm not going to show you everything that happened on Ghost Island. To see that, you got to get Discovery Plus, because it has all the Shark Week show this year and from past years, like my show with Shaq and Dude Perfect. Not to mention my upcoming Engineering Revenge show based off the Glitter Bombs. So to get it, just download Discovery Plus for free for 7 days, and after that, it's just like $5 a month. So this excursion was a useful data point for me as to whether or not the Bermuda Triangle itself was cursed.
Oh, dude, this is just something the Gray Lady would wear too.
But I still wasn't ready to form a conclusive viewpoint until I could do a bit more research myself. And so after encountering the largest turtle I've ever seen by a factor of 4, we hopped back on the boat to return home. It was a long day and we needed to get some rest because the next day we were going to hop on some real fancy snow globe submarines and descend way down to try and lure some sharks out deep on their own turf. And to do that, I had a few more tricks up my sleeve. And the first trick was this stuff. Now it doesn't look all that impressive like this, but when you simply add it to water, something remarkable happens. It's called biolume, and it's the exact same chemical reaction that occurs in nature when an organism uses bioluminescence. It's totally non-toxic and natural to the point that you could drink this water. I mean, how cool is this? When we're deep underwater, I want to see how well the sharks can see this stuff, because it's commonly said that sharks have really bad eyesight, but I've heard that too is a myth. Now each one of their senses has a different range. Their electroreceptors we demonstrated earlier are effective to hunt prey in about this range. And in previous years, I've investigated the range on their sense of smell for something like blood in the right conditions, and it can be as much as a mile. But allegedly, they rely quite a bit on their sense of sight for hunting too, and they can see as far as a football field in length. And while they can't see in colors and can only see in black and white, their night vision is 10 times better than us humans, which is why we wanted to test their eyes with this glowing stuff in darker conditions. And my second trick was good old reliable Super Chum, but with a catch, because you can't exactly just open the hatch and pour some out when you're 600 feet underwater. Plus, there are some pretty strict safety protocols about what you can attach to the outside of the sub due to the crushing pressures at that depth. So we handcrafted this beauty, an environmentally friendly Super Chum torpedo we could fire from the sub. Everything is made from wood, and this middle section is balsa wood, so it would easily break away if a shark chomped right here, because that's where the Super Chum is contained in a bag that biodegrades in the water. And as you can see from our last minute pool testing, the idea was for the sub's mechanical arm to pull this lever, which would allow the surgical tubing to contract, forcing the torpedo out, opening the bag of Super Chum in the process, but intentionally only traveling a short distance where we could still see it close to the sub. So with our final test looking pretty good, it was time to head back out to sea for both of our first ever dives in a bona fide submarine.
Oh my god. Which one's mine?
I think you're this one. Hold the yellow.
Oh my god. Shall we get in?
Let's do it.
With Fundrise, you can invest here, from there, or there, from here. Our platform gives you access to premium real estate that was previously only available to institutions. So you can take your portfolio from here to there. You'll do it.
This is Nomad reporting that the hatch is secured. I am ready to dive. You are clear to dive. Nemo, good to see ya. You ready to go on a 270?
Okay, Nomad.
I'm ready when you are.
My name is Tony, and I'm a storyteller.
So we're at 130 feet right now.
Yeah.
And we're going 600.
We're gonna go deep, man.
This is Nomad reporting. We are approaching the edge of the wall.
And the wall was basically a sheer underwater cliff, like the Grand Canyon, and we were going over it. And on the way down, at around 300 feet, you could see signs of where a coastline used to be before the end of the Ice Age when all the glaciers melted. And he said everywhere he dives around the world, you see the same thing at about that same depth. And the deeper we went, the darker it got. Now it was time to lure some sharks out.
Yeah, let's settle down here. I'm gonna get the manipulator going. I'll let you drive this.
Oh, wow. This is like the arcade playing the claw game. Nice! Oh, yes! Yes! Look at that quote!
Nomad, Nemo. We are ready to fire the torpedo.
We are attempting now.
That's gotta stink. Imagine like someone fart, like they gotta smell like ass.
Secondary torpedo launch now.
And with a bit of an assist, the second chum torpedo was in play. And now the sharks just come swimming. Here's Sharky, Sharky, Sharky.
How long they gotta wait?
And as we waited, it dawned on me that as humans, we were almost certainly the first, and quite possibly the last, to ever explore this exact spot on planet Earth. Oh, the fish are coming. Whoa, yeah, the fish love it.
That's pretty cool.
And a number of times we thought we saw some sharks lurking in the shadows, but it was always just fleeting glimpses. So we decided to try our luck at a different spot, a bit higher up the wall, with our remaining 2 torpedoes. And here we hit jackpot.
Oh, look at them all.
When they bump it, they feel the whole sub rock. That's terrifying. Yes! Oh, he's angry.
Oh, he's right on it. Oh my god.
Oh, he's right underneath us. Holy cow. That's rad. Look at that. Top side, this is Mark. Chumpedo worked flawlessly. We are surrounded by sharks. And so with mission accomplished and our air running low, we decided to make our way back to the surface. The Biloom was just so cool, but admittedly, we sort of confounded our experiment by releasing the chum torpedo at the same time. So we still wanted to see up close if the sharks would be able to see it with their night vision and then come check it out. And with the subs already put away, that meant we had to get in the ocean, in the Bermuda Triangle, in the middle of the night. I make a point of not swimming in the ocean at night. I especially make a point of not swimming in the ocean at night surrounded by sharks.
I feel like that's just general knowledge. You don't go in the ocean at night.
That's just a good rule of thumb. If it wasn't the sharks that would kill me, it would be my family when they saw my ability to make poor choices.
Okay, now here we go, baby. Everybody in? Okay, we need to do stuff. This is bonkers. Oh, this is cool, man. It's like X-Men. I think you guys should throw a bunch from on top. Whoa, that's crazy. Look at that. That's cool. I feel like I'm in a dream. It's pretty cool, but I want to try it with no light. Okay, total darkness. Super okay with this. Now let's try it like this. Oh, this is a lot creepier now. The light's on. This is the trippiest thing I've ever seen, man. Alright, we got blue. Oh, shark! No, a shark! A shark just swam by! Where? Oh my god! I'm starting to notice bigger gaps in these chain link fence posts. This is the scariest thing I've ever done. Oh my god! I'm unreal! Oh my god!
Get ready, world, for a whole new way to invest. Introducing the Unicorn Hunters.
We are talking about
And you guys are good to come out.
Yep, thanks. That was the scariest thing I've ever done in my entire life. That was unreal. There's like 10 sharks circling around us. Like, I thought they were trying to eat us. That's like actually my nightmare. Like that, you can't get scarier than that.
We threw the biolume off, and then pretty soon we flipped the lights on. There's a bunch of sharks. So.
Mark kind of got a body. What the hell? Bro, looking better than me.
Once again, it was an incredible experience to learn more about our friends the sharks, and as a bonus, I survived. Which leads us to our final unanswered question. Is the Bermuda Triangle really cursed? Has it caused the mysterious disappearance of thousands of boats and planes? As a kid, I loved reading books about this, trying to unravel the mystery. And as an adult with a background in science, I was shocked to discover that significantly more boats and planes do disappear there. But there's a catch. At a random moment, you can open a flight tracking website and take a snapshot of all the planes in the air, and it will look something like this. Now keep in mind, this region here is the Bermuda Triangle. Can you spot the problem? Way more boats and planes crash there because way more boats and planes travel there. It's in the middle of some of the most heavily used shipping routes and flight paths in the world. It's like how California is the state with the most car accidents because it has the most people, not because there's some supernatural force causing them all. Statistically speaking, the Bermuda Triangle is no more dangerous for a single boat or plane than anywhere else. And you can double check that answer in the back of the book by checking if insurance companies charge any more for vessels traveling through that region, and it turns out they don't. And yet, as sure as I am about my conclusion, our first mate Andre had a way of telling first-hand stories that even I'll admit chipped away at my resolve just a little bit.
We had some guys find like this magnetic field running through, and up to this day they still can't tell what it is. Bermuda Triangle, guys. You never know, man. You never know.
If you're tired of staring at a screen this summer and you're looking for a bit of excitement, and yet swimming with 20 sharks at night in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle seems like a bit much, then my friends at KiwiGo have got you covered. As you probably know by now, they deliver these really cool monthly crates that This is me in a flimsy cage in the middle of the ocean at night, surrounded by
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong.
Beneath all the gadgets, death-defying action, and beautiful women in the James Bond universe, there's one dirty little secret they don't want you to know. James Bond was never just one man. Oh no, James Bond is just a code name for the person who holds the world's most dangerous job. If this secret ever got out, all the evil bad guys in the world would have a leg up on MI6, which could threaten not only the James Bond universe, but the security of the entire world. That said, the truth is more important. It can't stay hidden forever.
We knew.
Pulled on him, blowing him upwards,
I was about
and
it this
throwing him
point.
off the side of the mountain, in which is totally fine because it's protected by the bobsled. That sucks. That's
Oh wait, no, I
boring.
was past this. It was like an engraved shot.
Inside
Yeah.
of the gun barrel. The gun's pointed at him, ready to fire, but he fires first. Well, not in our James Bond. In our James Bond, the gun barrel in question fires first and kills our sweet Daniel Craig. Now to do this, we took Nick and we filmed him on a green screen wearing.
Wait, pause. Shouldn't the shooter
had
kill him
fall.
first? He has like his shot on him already.
And
that
from
made no
there,
sense.
it's just a matter of matching not only the lighting, but the grading. And there's also this shadow here that we had to work with. I think there's two like backlights that are playing off of him. All that stuff is super important because what we're doing is we're kind of doing a little quick swap here. It goes from Daniel Craig's Bond to Nick. Didn't even notice the switcheroo. We just pulled one over on all of them. And then all the accompaniments of blood and guts and all that good stuff. That's actually not the hard part. The problem that we had here was when we shot it, Nick, he can't just fall at a hard surface because he's gonna.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
was just looking at this. Couldn't they have just put up like some kind of wood, like right here, that he could have stepped on, and like couldn't he just do the exact same scene, cover it with the green screen? Then he wouldn't have to edit all that stuff out.
break his collarbone or something. We don't want two of those in the office. So we had to get him on a pad.
That
The
wouldn't be that
problem
hard.
with that is the pad has him landing above the surface.
Brings it all into one spot. It's professionally curated by people who know it. With short lessons so that they fit your link in the description below, and the first 1,000 people to click it will get a free.
We can't go anywhere. Here's the problem though. The filmmakers, when they originally made this movie, made a huge mistake. They accidentally didn't kill James Bond in the scene, so we've got to rectify that. That laser cuts him in half. We need to deliver on his death in the laser. So the first idea I had was it'd be cool to have his head separate into two different elements. The first one I can just easily rotoscope out his head. He turns to the right, and that I can just make it look like he turns and slides off to the right. What remains is his original head. So you got to cover half of it like this. I basically just like went online and found a cross section of like skull and brains and concepts together, added some charred textures, added a little like charred tongue slice. Okay, so then I went through and I rotoscoped his whole chest and arms, and then I masked out just the middle of that, and then using some liquify, just like kind of like stretched it out. So yeah, I can literally just like take his torso here and like move it around. So now I'm actually separated his whole body. I tracked the little diode here. I dropped in Video Pilot Saber for the laser. I matched it to the original laser in the movie. And once I got pretty much all of that kind of into place, then I was able to start adding sparks, fire elements, smoke, fun. Action VFX has like the best library for modern visual effects elements like that. So yeah, I mean, I've got a couple more things to like spice it up. You gotta like garnish your meal just a little bit, like serve the VFX.
Alright, so I've been trying this deepfake now for about 6 days. We actually had a cataclysmic gradient collapse. It's trying to achieve closer and closer approximation of a face. And it went whoop, and it just became a blue square. But Move Video got delayed, so that was cool, and that gave me time to train this all over the weekend. So now we have a really nice looking Sean Connery deepfake. So on the left we see Jasper, the actor, his face from the actual movie. On the right we see the AI reconstruction, and you notice they're pretty dang good. So we managed to encode his face pretty decently. Now the challenge here is decoding his face as Sean Connery. You know, like the colors of the...
Oh, I can't play it on my stream. I'm not trying to get copyrighted. Damn it. That was like 2 seconds.
I don't know either, but like the details look pretty solid. And you know, all of our Sean Connery shots are being pulled from old films. You know, it's only going to be as high res as what we have there. So basically, I'm going to take this, I'm going to merge it onto the footage, and we'll have ourselves the final deepfake shots. You're going to be able to tell the deepfakes, but it'll still be fun. It's not about being flawless, it's about having a good time.
Fun.
We have a video coming out.
Oh, hey guys.
I'm here for James Bond.
Man, it's been quite a long road from conceptualizing to where we are now. I think we have a pretty solid Bond rated R. It's a Bond murder highlight reel is what we're going for today.
So the hope is that this video that you're about to see will live forever on the internet. And whenever
No
someone
way,
types
boy.
in history of James Bond, this will be the first thing that shows up.
I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond. You expect me to talk?
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Are you forgetting one thing? If I fail to report, another Bond replaces me.
I trust you will be most successful.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh no! No!
Well, at least he died on the job.
From now on, all remaining agents and trainees will be known as James Bond 007, including the girl.
Well, let me write confusing.
Exactly. The enemy won't know which way to turn.
My name's Bond. James Bond.
My name is Bond. James Bond.
Mm-hmm. You should give up smoking. Cigarettes are very bad for your chest.
Looks like you have about 2 seconds to live.
My name is Bond. James Bond.
Knock it off, bitches!
Oh no. Oh, that's good. That's good. Another
Bond. James Bond.
I'm not gonna lie, this is the least James Bond looking James Bond.
Who are you?
Bond. James Bond.
The key to a woman's heart is an unexpected gift.
Yes.
Name's Bond. James Bond.
How do you do this one then? Damn! Oh! No, that's good. Damn!
Bond here. Yes, of course I'm not. I just tweeted an apology.
The name's Bond. James Bond.
That was fire. Alright, switch sessions, break session, main session, switch back to full screen. Boom, boom, boom. How much time did I actually mess up there? I don't know if I should make this my last session. I'm pretty gassed.
Hope everyone's all.
Alright. there even left to do? Oh man. I'll do my 1 hour of. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna work on editing my video, I guess. I'm gonna grab some water and be right back. Oh, brother, this guy stinks! Sorry, just give me a minute. I have some sensitive information that I can't show on stream.
Let me show you how to create an amazing ad using stock footage. Go to artgrid.io. Look at all this great footage. It was always a challenge for me to create a high-end commercial only with stock footage. With Artgrid, it's finally possible. There are no standalone clips. Every clip is part of a sequence, and I have unlimited downloads, which gives me the full flexibility I need to create. Let's get this shot, that shot, and this one. Those are perfect. Oh, and the license covers everything. Now that's a game changer. Go to...
Welcome to DaVinci Resolve 17 in 10 minutes. This video is going to teach you everything you need to know in order to edit a video in DaVinci Resolve 17 from start to finish, from importing your media, cutting it together, adding titles and transitions, and then exporting into a final video file for you to share wherever you want to. Now, just a quick disclaimer, this video is going to sort of not really go over all the more advanced editing features. This is more dedicated towards beginners that want to jump in to a free software and start editing videos for themselves, for YouTube, or whatever it needs to be for. So if you want to jump ahead to anything, check the timestamps down in the description below. That'll sort of block out this video in terms of chapters and sort of skipping ahead and all that sort of stuff. But I guess the first step is for you to make sure you've got DaVinci Resolve 17 downloaded. So the link will be in the top line of the description, so go ahead and download it. And then we're going to jump in. So obviously once you've installed it, whether it's on Windows or Mac, we're going to open it up. Perfect. And when DaVinci Resolve 17 opens up for the first time, you're going to be introduced to your project screen. And basically this is where you're going to have access to all the projects you may have worked on in the past. Obviously, you're opening for the first time, you're going to have nothing there. So you're going to want to just either double click on Untitled Project, which is going to open DaVinci Resolve, or you can just go New Project, in which case it's going to ask you to name one. So we're just going to double click on Untitled Project, and it's going to open up DaVinci Resolve for us. And here it is. So obviously it's going to be pretty intimidating for you guys. So we're going to break down the layout really quickly and then pretty much cut down to the bits you need to use in order to have a video edited really easily. Obviously there's a lot of tabs and features of DaVinci Resolve 17. It is a fully featured editor, but if you just want to cut together quick footage, there's a lot here that you probably don't need. So taking a look at our interface, the biggest thing I want you to look at is this bottom bar here, and this is our navigation bar. So each of these different tabs is basically a different workspace for different parts of editing. So the media tab, and if we click on here, you'll notice everything changes. This is for sorting through your footage and audio and all that sort of organizational stuff. That's what this tab is designed for. You do not need to use this tab at all. You can get by without it. The next tab is the cut tab. This tab is designed for stringing footage together as, I guess, efficiently as possible, especially if you've got a lot of footage. We're not going to look at this today. You do not need it at all either. The next tab is the edit tab. This is the one we will be using because this is where you're going to edit all your footage together. This is the main tab you will be using. So we'll get back to that one in a little bit. The Fusion tab, and this one always takes a little bit longer to open. This is for visual effects, graphics, title building, all that sort of stuff. Not something we're going to be looking at in this video, but there are plenty of other tutorials on my channel. If you want to check it out, I'll leave them linked up above just there. So that's the Fusion tab. We're not going to be looking at that. The Color tab. We are not going to be looking at this tab at all, but if you want to jump into color grading, I also have tutorials on my channel, as well as there's plenty others out there for you to look at. But this is for you to, I guess, color grade your footage, make it look a certain way, so you can go from something like this to this. But we're not going to look at it because we're pretty much trying to get you guys up and running as fast as possible. So, but we're not going to look at it. You can go from something like this to this. But we're not going to look at it because we're pretty much trying to get you guys up and running as fast as possible. So, color page, awesome. That's what that one's there for. Pretty self-explanatory as well. Next one is the Fairlight page. This is for advanced sound mixing. Even in my professional work, I don't use this one that often because it is designed more for professional audio engineers, and that's just not what I'm doing. So we're not going to look at this one either. It's not necessary for what we're doing. The last tab is the Deliver tab. We will be using this one, so we're going to be looking at the Edit tab and the Deliver tab. The Deliver tab is for exporting everything you've just worked on, everything you've edited, and then having it output into a single file that you can open up, play, share, upload, whatever you need to do. Moving further to the right, we're going to look at this bottom corner here. We have the Home button and we have a Settings option. And so the Home is going to take us back to that first screen that we were at before. So if you're working on multiple projects, this is how you would switch between them. And then the Settings tab here, this is settings for the project you are working in right now. So if you wanted to change, say, the timeline resolution and anything like that, that's where this would be accessible. So yeah, by default, I think DaVinci Resolve 17 defaults to 1080p, so full HD. But if you wanted to go to Ultra HD or 8K, you could do that as well. Change the timeline frame rate and everything like that. On the left-hand side here, you have more advanced features for your project setting, but generally, if you want to edit timeline settings and your main stuff, it's this little top part here. We're not going to mess with any of that today.
The home of affordable Final Cut Pro plugins. Professional plugins that don't cost the earth. Explore the huge collection. Get the pro look every time with FCPS Full Access.
How to get the best tool for creating stunning videos? Go to motionary.com and get the best video templates to make that wow effect. Choose your style. Let's easily changed to make it your own. Bring your vision to life.
Hey, sorry about that. It seems
Go to
as if my
motionary.com.
what's this thing called? What's that saying? Oh, I'm installing what's it called? DaVinci Resolve in the background, so I think Streamlabs is like slowing down or just stopped working. Good. Give me a second. And I'll get it working in a second. Wait, what?
Zen please, not the marshmallows again. You burn them every time.
What's for dinner? Ooh, burger. What about tacos? Barbecue could be great. Or a hot bowl of ramen. Ooh, pizza. I know.
How could you do that to random
What the
Zen?
fuck, dude?
Can't he have one set of toasted marshmallows already?
Depends.
Yo, wait, sorry. I do not know what's happening with the stream. I'm gonna restart my computer really quickly, and then I'll come back.